Good morning, good morning. The time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. All unauthorized visitors, please exit the chamber at this time. I now recognize a senator from the 6th to give us his review of the journal.
Good morning, Mr. President. Happy Charter School Day here at the Georgia State Capitol. We have a long and wonderful list of pages joining us today. I want to commend my colleagues for promoting the great program. Let's keep it up. Out of my hometown of Newnan, Georgia, we have Brielle Baker. Out of my home county in Sharpsburg, we have Ella Bennett. Out of Jefferson, Landon Brown. Out of Lithonia, we have Zaire Butler. Out of Marietta, Parker Cannon. From Stonecrest, Zori Collins. From Lithonia, Kayla Barnes. From Lithonia, Sakir Ponder. From Commerce, Camden Irwin. Athens, we have Barrett Farfor. From Tifton, we have William Grimes, who was born in the same hospital as the great senator from the 8th and the great senator from the 6th. From Atlanta, Caroline Hancock. From Buford, Vanessa Hernandez. Also from Buford, Layla Holland. From Lithonia, Jeremiah Holt. From Barnesville, Brody Kelly. From Jefferson, Logan Korb. From Milledgeville, Madison Mullis. No relation to my predecessor. From Carrollton, Isabel Nally. From Marietta, we have brothers Connor and Logan O'Farrell. From Livonia, Tate Parker. From Lithonia, we have brother and sister Isaac and Skylar Shepard Henderson. From Cleveland, Sadie Seals. From Livonia, Olivia Umbahant. From Griffin, Casey Wynn. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate you being here to serve the great people of the great state of Georgia. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
All right, Senator, thank you. And got a lot of pages today, so it's good to have each and every one of you young, good-looking people back there. So glad to have you. Thank you, Senator from the 6th, for introducing them all. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Are there any motions to reconsider? All right. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. All senators have bills and resolutions introduced. Please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. Secretary Reed, first reading of Senate bills, please, sir.
Senate Bill 552 by Senators Watson the First and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Subpart 2A of Part 1 of Article 16.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 553 by Senators Hatchett the 50th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to
Regulated Industries.
Senate Bill 554 by Senators Payne of the 54th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter
Education
1.
and Youth.
Senate Bill 555 by Senator Williams of the 25th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article
Veterans.
2. Senate Bill 556 by Senators Payne of the 54th and others, a bill to be
Higher Education.
Senate Bill 557 by Senators Payne of the 54th and others, a bill to be entitled an act
Education and Youth.
Senate Bill 558 by Senator Jones of the 2nd of the 22nd, a bill to be entitled
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 559 by Senators Rahman of the 5th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 50.
Regulated Industries.
Senate Bill 560 by Senator Jones of the 10th and others, a bill to be entitled an act
State
to
and
amend.
local government.
Senate Bill 561 by Senators Harbin of the 16th and others, a bill.
Public safety.
Senate Bill 562 by Senators Mangum of the 55th and others, a bill to be
Ethics.
Senate Bill 563 by Senators Mangum of the 55th and others. A bill to be
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 564 by Senators Mangum of the 55th and others. A bill.
Public safety.
Senate Bill 565 by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others. A bill to be
Public
entitled.
safety.
Senate Bill 566 by Senators Huff Settler of the 52nd and others. A bill to be entitled.
Finance.
Senate Bill 567 by Senator Harbison of the 15th. A bill to be
State and local government.
Senate Bill 568 by Senators Dolezal of the 27th and others.
Ethics.
Senate Bill 569 by Senator Strickland of the 42nd and others. A
Public
bill-
safety.
Senate Bill 570 by Senator Still of the 48th and others. A bill to be entitled.
Public safety.
Senate Bill 571 by Senator Still of the 48th and others. A bill to be entitled.
Children and family.
Senate Bill 572 by Senator Strickland of the 42nd and others. A bill to be.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 573 by Senator Setzler of the 37th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated.
Ethics.
Senate Bill 574 by Senator Hickman of the 4th and others. A bill to
State
be.
and local government.
Senate Bill 575 by Senator Hickman of the 4th. A bill to be entitled an act to provide a homestead
State and local
exemption.
government.
Senate Bill 576 by Senator Tillery of the 19th. A bill to be entitled an act to amend.
Finance.
Senate Resolution 838 by Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others. A resolution.
Ethics.
Senate Resolution 842 by Senators Davenport of the 17th and others.
Transportation.
Senate Resolution 844 by Senators Albers of the 56th and others. A resolution recognizing June 9th, 2026.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 845 by Senators Mangum of the 55th and others. A
Rules.
Senate Resolution 851 by Senators Huff Settler of the 52nd.
Ethics.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references the House bills. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Sit tight. Recognize Majority Leader.
Mr. President, it's unanimous consent to suspend Senate Rule 3-3.1A to allow for the referral of the supplemental governor's appointments.
Secretary, read the caption.
Mr. President, the following communication was received from the Governor, the Honorable Burt Jones, Lieutenant Governor of Georgia. Dear gentlemen, the appointment included below requires Senate confirmation. This appointment is submitted pursuant to Senate Rule 3-3.1. If we could provide you with any additional information to assist your office in the confirmation process, please let us know. Executive Order 2.17-26. Regarding the reappointment of the Honorable David James Burge as Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Revenue for a term of office ending at the pleasure of the Governor. Thank you for your assistance. Sincerely, Governor Brian P. Kemp. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to suspending the rules? Without objection, we'll sign it to Committee on Assignments. First reading references the House bills and resolutions.
House Bill 310 by Representatives Olay of the 59th and others. A bill to be.
Education and Youth.
House Bill 372 by Representatives Ballard of the 147th and others.
Retirement.
House Bill 385 by Representatives Holcomb of the 101st and others. A bill to be.
Higher education.
House Bill 971 by Representatives Townsend of the 179th and others. A bill to be.
Education and Youth.
House Bill 1009 by Representatives Hilton of the 48th and others. A bill
Children
to
and
be.
Families.
House Bill 1023 by Representatives Efstration of the 104th and others.
Public Safety.
House Bill 1123 by Representative Jones of the 47th and others. A bill
Children
to be.
and Family.
House Bill 1193 by Representatives Irwin of the 32nd.
Education and Youth.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 424, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Summers of the 13th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Children and Families has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 540, do pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 771, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 475, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 523, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 25th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 503, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 34, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert of the 46th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Retirement has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 216, do pass. Senate Bill 285, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 489, do pass. Senate Bill 339, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Williams of the 25th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.10b, the Committee on Rules has referred the following legislation from the general calendar. Senate Resolution 668 to the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 447 to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 6th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 624, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal of the 27th District, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary, read bills for the second time.
Senate Bill 202 by Senator Jones II of the 22nd and others. Discovery in misdemeanor cases, change provisions. Senate Bill 327 by Senator Parent of the 44th and others. Clayton Judicial Circuit, 6th Judge of the Superior Courts, provide. Senate Bill 425 by Senator Harbin of the 16th and others. Education, all schools that receive state funding with students in any of grades 3 through 5 to provide instruction in cursive handwriting to all students by no later than 3rd grade, require. Senate Bill 439 by Senator Still of the 48th and others. Fair Business Practices Act of 1975. Regulation of referral agencies for assisted living communities and personal care homes. Provide. Senate Bill 454 by Senator Williams of the 25th and others. Regulation of fire and other hazards. Use of temporary door locking devices in public buildings during certain emergency situations. Authorize. Senate Bill 470 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others. Emergency and Public Safety Signal Protection Act. Enact. Senate Bill 486 by Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others. Laws and statutes, provisions relating to the effect and enforcement of foreign laws. Revise. Senate Bill 497 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others. School students, written notification to a parent when a student receives certain non-instructional services from certain school employees. Require. Senate Bill 500 by Senator Hodges of the 3rd and others. Behavioral Healthcare Workforce Database. Expand to include data from licensed healthcare professionals. Senate Bill 501 by Senator Robinson of the 29th and others. Office of the Safety Fire Commissioner. Update provisions. Senate Bill 527 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others. Sheriffs, candidates for the office of sheriffs are certified peace officers at the time of qualifying as a candidate. Require. Senate Bill 535 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd. Mental health, the recreation of community service boards. Provide. Senate Resolution 480 by Senator Brass of the 6th and others. Georgia forest, acute and ongoing threat to Georgia's forest posed by the southern pine beetle. Recognize. Senate Resolution 567 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others. State Prader-Willi Syndrome Awareness Day. Express support for the designation. Senate Resolution 800 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others. Joint Study Committee on the Generational Sustainability of Family Farms. Create. House Bill 983 by Representative Hagan of the 156th and others. Conservation and Natural Resources. Prescribed burning for silviculture purposes is exempt from certain burning notice and permit requirements. Clarify. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for our morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize Senator from the 43rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 41st,
All right.
17th, and 44th.
Without objection, Senators from the
And
41st, 17th, 44th, and the 7th
Thank you.
are all excused. Recognize Senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. You all ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the second for
From the
business
second.
inside the Capitol.
All right, without objection, the senator from the second is excused. Any other motions to excuse? Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yay switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. It is now time for our morning devotion. All senators, please take your seat and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeeper, especially that one, get everybody out of the chamber. That was one of our house member friends over there. So, doorkeeper, secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the good senator from Henry County to introduce our pastor today and lead us in our pledge. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, if you'll please join me in the pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. Thank you. It is my honor today to bring to you Pastor Jeff Dawes. And I asked a minute ago, I said, I'm counting, I think this is the third time I've had you up here. And last time I had him up here, it was crossover day, and everybody was a little bit tense that day about some tort reform stuff. And he said, y'all a little bit more relaxed today? I said, I think it's a little more relaxed than we were a year ago at least. But good to have him up here with us again today. He's senior pastor of Stockbridge Community Church down in Henry County. It's a church that started as a small congregation in Forest Park and has grown to a thriving, very influential church in the Henry County community. And I'll say this, there's plenty of people that can talk the talk. There's not that many people who also back it up by walking the walk. And Pastor Dawes and his church, they don't just go out and talk about Jesus and talk about Christ, talk about serving others. They take intentional steps to bring our community together. One example I'll give you, they lead an effort they've led for several years down in Henry County to pray for our schools before school starts every year, making sure that folks are outside of every public school in our county. And he organized over 100 churches gathering and doing that in our community. Just one example of what he does to make sure he's bringing our community together in prayer and in unity through Jesus Christ. Please join me in welcoming Pastor Jeff Dawes.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I sure did appreciate that, even though I asked God to forgive Brian for some of that because I didn't know that it was true. But I asked God to forgive me for enjoying it so much. Thank you so much for laughing this morning. It's an honor to come and speak to you and before you. And I want to say before I say anything else, thank you. Thank you for what you do. You know, I know a lot of people don't call you to say, hey, thank you for giving your time and your effort and all the sacrifices that you make to come and serve our state. And I want to say thank you. Most of the calls I'm sure that you get are with a problem. But I just want to say thank you again so much for all that you do to serve our great state of Georgia. And welcome all those that are joining us today. I want to talk to you just a few minutes. You know, if I could save you a lot of problems by just giving you a 5-minute talk, would you want to hear it? Okay, would you guys want to hear it up there? Yeah, all of us, yes. I'm going to share with you something that I wish I would have learned a long time ago, and unfortunately I didn't. It took me a while to get this, and I'm still trying to get it. But there's a verse in the Bible that says, my dear brothers and sisters, it's James 1:19, take note of this, everyone should be quick to listen and slow to speak. And then you'll be slow to become angry. And so would you say 2 words with me today? Would you say, slow down? Come on, everybody. Slow down. That's it, slow down. That's what he's trying to tell us. Slow down, slow down. You know, it's when I begin to look at this, I understand that he's telling us there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. You know, knowledge knows what to do. It knows what to do. But wisdom does what it should do. See what I'm talking about? Knowledge knows what's right to do, but wisdom does the right thing. And the problem is that so many people today, so many of us know the right thing, but it's where we lack wisdom in doing the right thing. But wisdom is what pays off. You know, as I began to learn these things, my lessons, you know, first of all, I got married and I had to learn the hard way. Because I don't know about you, but me and my wife occasionally have discussions. I know none of you argue with your wives or anything. I'm sure you don't. You take your little halo off and put it under your seat right now. But, you know, we have discussions sometimes and we have differences. And I realize that we're 2 different people. And I realize that, you know, we have to begin to work on those things and bring it together. And sometimes when we have those discussions, it's very easy for me to react. And, you know, when I react, always good things don't happen, you know, and when I overreact, and let me tell you what reacting is. You know, reacting is actually another word for replaying. And when I begin to, you and I, when we get upset, we begin to reenact what someone said to us, what they did, and we keep reenacting that in our mind, all of a sudden we begin to get emotionally charged. Would you agree with that, everybody? I mean, like, I don't know about you, but I can build a pretty strong case against somebody pretty quickly in my mind, especially when I keep reenacting what they've done and what they've said or what they posted. And so the reason I'm sharing that with you is because if we're going to be quick to listen and slow to speak, if we're going to get better, if our lives are going to get better, we have to learn how to respond the right way. And so what I want to tell you is this, is that here's the key that I think I wish someone would have told me earlier in my life. When the Bible says be quick to listen and slow to speak, remember our 2 words, everybody, what are they? Slow down. Let's say them again. Slow down. Is that when you begin to slow down, you calm down. Just think about it. When you begin to, when you walk into a tense situation and people are upset, the one thing that you have to do, everybody says, calm down. And what they're really saying is slow down. Because think about it, you're breathing heavily, you know, you're breathing fast, and a lot of people when they're upset, they're talking very fast. You ever seen that? They're just upset, they're talking fast. Their hand movements are all fast, and you know, some of the young people say Z formation. I mean, like, you know, there's like, hey, they're moving those hands. But what I found out is this, is when you slow down, when you just slow down, you slow your conversation down. You slow your movements down. All of a sudden, the Bible proves what psychologists have found out and scientists have found out. That when you slow down, your mind, your body releases a chemical in your mind called GABA, G-A-B-A. And that actually is like a brake pedal to your emotions. And it slows you down and calms you down. And so, be quick to listen. And what's our 2 words, everybody? What's our 2 words, everybody? Slow down. Once you slow down, you calm down. Now, this is very important. Let me tell you why. When you begin to calm down, all of a sudden you begin to realize where you're speaking from. Because you guys all in this room, ladies and gentlemen, you got issues, you got differences, and so you have to talk to people that don't see everything like you see it. And so it's very easy to walk in and be charged up. And when you walk into that conversation and you're all charged up, you begin to speak from somewhere. And sometimes it's anger, like you're angry. You've heard this person said that, and you've heard they're trying to do this, and all of a sudden you speak from an area that's anger. And let me tell you this, wherever you speak from, you speak to. When you speak from anger, you speak to anger. When you speak from fear, you speak to fear. When you speak from frustration, you speak to frustration. But when you speak from peace, you speak to peace. When you speak from kindness, you speak to kindness. And so what's our 2 words, everybody? Slow down. Okay, I want to show you this, and we'll pray and get you out of here. I'll get out of here unless you guys get to business. I have these magnets. I smuggled them in this morning. Okay, there you go. Thank you for laughing. Come on. I want to show you something. You know that these magnets, you know, watch what happens here when things are going well, because they sort of represent, like I said, me and my wife and people that see things differently than I do. You know, again, like I said, you know, opposites attract. That's why you're married to somebody that's not like you if you're married. They're different. And so as those opposites attract, and then we all of a sudden start attacking. Would you agree with that? Trying to make everybody see things like we see it. And what I want to share with you, when I focus, my wife and I focus on the things we agree on, man, look at that. We work together. But what happens in life and with people, and like in your positions here, is that sometimes we can only focus on the things we disagree on. And when you're focusing on the other person and the things that you disagree on, there is nothing that you can do to come together. There's something that you can't see. Like there's something between these magnets right now that you can't see. It's like a force field. I'm doing all that I can right now to push these magnets together, but they're not going together. And every time I push, they just go beside each other. And so there's something between it that cannot be seen. And you know what that is? That's focusing on the wrong things, what we disagree on. There's a spirit between us that says we're not coming together. But once you begin to say, you know what, it's not about what we disagree on, what can we agree on? Let's start there. And once you start with agreeing, what can we agree on, it's amazing how we can come together. So the choice is yours, and the choice is mine. What's our 2 words, everybody? When you slow down, and you start saying, okay, see, when you speed up, you just want to see the disagreements, but when you slow down and say, okay, what can we agree on? And you start with that, then you come together. Let me pray for you. Dear God, I thank you for these men and women. They're your servants. And we sure need every one of them. And every person in this room is important. And God, they have a calling. And I'm asking you, oh Lord, that you would help us today. And not just today, but every day. Because, Lord, in this hall here, there's a lot of discussions and a lot of disagreements. And we can carry all of that tension home with us. And it can spread into our families. and it can spread into our communities. But God, if somehow you would let us today to be quick to listen, and we would slow down and be slow to speak, our emotions would calm down, and we could be people of peace. I pray that over every person today, that you, Jesus, the Prince of Peace, would speak peace to every person in this chamber. In Jesus' mighty name I pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much today.
we always like to recognize our doctors of the day, and we appreciate them taking their time to come here and volunteer their services to us. So I'll recognize the senator from the 32nd to introduce our doctor of the day.
Thank you, Mr. President. You guys have met this doctor before. He's a friend and neighbor of mine, and as you know, I'm married to an emergency physician, so emergency physicians are near and dear to my heart. I want you to meet Dr. Brett Cannon, and also his son is paging for me today, which is really great timing. Dr. Cannon earned his undergraduate and medical degrees from the University of North Carolina, and then did his emergency medicine residency at Emory University, where he was the chief resident, but he also got an MBA from the University of Georgia. So he's the whole package. He joined Apollo MD in 2000, and he's been the medical director in multiple facilities and currently serves as their chief legal officer and divisional president. And he oversees clinical operations within the Wellstar Health System. So please help me welcome Dr. Brett Cannon.
Thank you. Glad to be here again and serving in the medical aid station, and again on the same day that my son Parker is one of our pages, and also happy to be here for the mid part of Georgia College of Emergency Physicians Week at the Capitol. We wish you all the health and wellness this session. If you do have an emergency, it's a good week to choose. So best, and appreciate allowing me to be here.
All right. All right, we've got some very special guests here today, and it's a two-time state champion soccer program here today. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 632 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others. A resolution congratulating the River Ridge High School boys soccer team for winning the 2025 GHSA 5A State Soccer Championship and for other purposes. Whereas the team brought special recognition to its school and the state of Georgia by winning the 2025 GHSA 5A State Soccer Championship against Sprayberry High School. And whereas the phenomenal performance of this team is a clear indication of the outstanding athletic ability, dedication, hard work, and unity of purpose and spirit of each member of the team, its superb offense and defensive talents, and the astute direction of head coach Phil Thomas. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body congratulate the River Ridge High School boys soccer team for winning the 2025 GHSA 5A State Soccer Championship and extend best wishes for their continued success. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 56 to introduce our special guest. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. So excited today to have River Ridge High School in my district down at the Capitol. As the governor just mentioned, this is the second state championship that they have won in 5A soccer. We're so proud of Coach Thomas and all his coaches and principal, everybody here to represent the team. Now, some of these boys have now graduated because they won last year, and they're off at the college level. Also, always exciting down here to have family. Got the coach's wife with him. We got his sister and his mom and dad up in the gallery as well. So I'd like to turn it over to him, but please take a moment to give a warm round of applause for these champions from River Ridge High School. Come on up, Coach.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. First of all, thank you, Senator Albers, for inviting us down here today. Thank you to my parents and my sister being here, my lovely wife Ansley being here. We got Coach Rice, Coach Youngblood, Mr. Miller, my principal. They're here to support us. The one thing I'll say about the last 4 years with the River Ridge program, we've been to semifinals, lost in the finals, and then won 2 state championships. And what we learn from this group of young men is that you need failure in your life at points in times to be able to handle tough times and be able to handle adversity. And the fact that we lost in the semifinals, lost in the finals is the reason why, in my belief, in my heart, is why we won 2 state championships consecutively and we're able to be successful in those moments where it was tough. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much.
All right.
We have some more special guests I'd like to recognize. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 730 by Senators Kemp of the 38th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Meals on Wheels Atlanta for its 60 years of service to seniors and vulnerable individuals by addressing food insecurity, promoting independence, and enhancing quality of life, and for other purposes. Whereas Meals on Wheels Atlanta is a nationally recognized nonprofit organization dedicated to delivering nutritious meals and providing essential support services to seniors and homebound individuals who are unable to prepare their own meals. And whereas this organization serves 500,000 meals each year to 1,100 seniors who face challenges such as limited mobility, chronic illness, disability, and financial insecurity. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Meals on Wheels Atlanta for 60 years of outstanding service and success as a pivotal force in assisting seniors, and extend their most profound appreciation to the volunteers, staff, and supporters of Meals on Wheels Atlanta for their commitment, compassion, and invaluable contributions to the community. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 38th to introduce our special guest. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I am so honored to have some very special guests with us today, and that is the CEO and staff and volunteers from Meals on Wheels Atlanta. They have been around for 60 years serving our community, our seniors and our immobile community. And I'm just going to share a few stats. They have served over 500,000 meals per year to nearly 1,100 seniors and have over 1,200 volunteers that make this work. And I'm so honored to have them in Senate District 38 and all of the great work that they do across Metro Atlanta to ensure that people are fed, and also more important than that is to ensure that people have relationships, because these volunteers build lifelong relationships with the seniors that they interact with. And so I'm going to turn it over. We have a few special guests, but I'm going to recognize them all. We have the CEO, Charlene Crisco Ingram, Brandon Jenkins, who is the head of marketing, Raquan Johnson, who is the community engagement manager, Sasha Ratliff is a volunteer engagement specialist, and George Calfo was the volunteer of the year. And so I'm going to turn it over to CEO Charlene Ingram for a few words.
Thank you, Senator Kemp. It is a pleasure to receive this honor from the Senator. Meals on Wheels Atlanta delivers over 500,000 meals a year to seniors in Atlanta. They're medically tailored meals. That's what makes us unique. We can't do what we do without volunteers. And our volunteer of the year, George, is here with us. We need the support of this community, of the state, so hopefully you'll come volunteer 1705 Commerce Drive in Atlanta. We could use your support. Thanks again to the Senator for this unbelievable honor.
All right, we have more special guests with us today that we'd like to recognize. Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 687 by Senator Howard of the 35th, a resolution recognizing the month of August 2026 as Corky Kell and David Hunter Classic Month and for other purposes, whereas the Corky Kell plus David Hunter Kickoff Classic will celebrate its 35th anniversary in 2026, making more than 3 decades of excellence in high school football, and whereas legendary high school football coaches Corky Kell and Dave Hunter served as mentors and leaders, fostering a supportive, growth-focused environment that empowered student athletes to succeed both on and off the field. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize the month of August 2026 as Corky Kell and Dave Hunter Classic Month in honor of its 35th anniversary and its enduring impact on student athletes, schools, and communities. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I'd like to call upon the senator from the 35th, sorry. Got to check my glasses there. I'd like to call on the senator from the 35th district for the purpose of introducing our special guest.
All right, good morning. It is a great pleasure. There's few things that bring folks closer together than good old high school football in the state of Georgia. Really excited to be able to recognize the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Kickoff Classic, celebrating 35 years in 2026. That's 35 years. We are in the presence of high school coach greatness, and we have Coach Dave Hunter is going to come up and say a couple of words. I'm going to be brief because clearly after 35 years of bringing young men together, doing more than just coaching but mentorship, it's a great honor to recognize Coach Hunter. So if you would help us recognize Coach Dave Hunter.
Thank you. With me today is our staff, Beverly Hunter, Beverly Postel, Jimmy Dorsey, and I.J. Rosenberg. We appreciate the honor you've given us. This is a labor of love, this event, 35 years, and we've persevered. We think this is the best event. We've been told by lots of people that this early season event is the best in the United States. We've gone from 4 teams to 22 teams now. It's all televised, and it's a great honor for our kids to play in places like Mercedes-Benz, formerly the Georgia Dome, and also at our local high schools. We have persevered. Back in 1994, Corky passed away of lung disease, and I went out to visit with him, and I asked him, is there anything I could do for him? And he grabbed me by the shirt. He was in the bed and pulled me down to him, and he said, "Keep the game going. Keep the game going." I said, "Yes, sir." And he pulled me back down to me, and he said, "Promise me." And I did. We've had the roof fall in at the Georgia Dome. We've been moved out because of Falcons games or exhibition games, but we've kept it alive, and it's been a great, great pleasure for us to do it. So we have persevered. This is a great game. More importantly, we appreciate the honor that the state of Georgia and the Senate has given us. Thank you.
Good job, good job. Yeah, you go to the front. And we'll stand behind them. Sir? Is that all the special presentations, or there's another one?
Call the Lieutenant Governor to approve one additional one today.
Enid said she told her no.
The Lieutenant Governor approved one additional one today.
You sure?
Be the senator from the 43rd.
We have some special guests with us today. Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 833 by Senators Anderson of the 43rd and others. A resolution recognizing and commending the Honorable Willie E. Burns and for other purposes. Whereas the Honorable Willie E. Burns of Washington, Georgia has long been recognized by the citizens of this state for the vital role that he has played in leadership and his deep personal commitment to the welfare of the citizens of Georgia. And whereas in 2003 he was elected as the first black mayor of Washington, Georgia. And now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend the Honorable Willie E. Burns for his efficient, effective, unselfish, and dedicated public service to the state of Georgia and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. I'd like to call upon the senator from the 43rd District to introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise today to honor a wonderful man of Georgia, a native of Wilkes County, Washington, Wilkes County. He is a retired mayor, a retired state trooper. He is an Army veteran, the son of an Army veteran, and the constituent of the senator from the 24th, who has joined me on the stage today. I wanted to honor Mayor Burns as the first black mayor of Washington, but also as a former mayor, he was my state leader, and the fact that the complex, the government complex in Washington, Georgia has been named after him, and all of his work that he's contributed to the state of Georgia, especially as a retired state trooper and mayor, I wanted to honor him this morning. Senator from the 24th, would you like to say anything?
It is a great honor for me to be able to stand here and to present to you one of our great mayors in the past from Washington, Georgia. He comes from the greatest district, Senate district in the state of Georgia, District 24. But it is my honor to be here to represent y'all, Mayor Willie Burns.
I know y'all busy. Thank you. Continue to do the good job y'all do.
That's perfect. That's a man after my own heart there. I appreciate that, his remarks. Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I recognize the senator from the 54th on a point of personal privilege. Senator from the 54th. All right, I recognize the senator from the 39th for a point of personal privilege. Going once, here she comes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise on a point of personal privilege to recognize the 105th anniversary of the Harlem Renaissance, a moment that forever changed the cultural and moral trajectory of our nation. 105 years ago, in a country constrained by segregation and silence, Black Americans made a powerful decision. They chose to speak, they chose to write, they chose to sing, they chose to create. And through that choice, they reshaped how America sees itself. Voices like Langston Hughes reminded us that dreams persist even when opportunity is denied. Zora Neale Hurston captured the beauty and complexity of Black life when many refused to see it. Duke Ellington turned struggle into sound, proving that joy itself could be resistance. And Alan Locke called forth a generation to recognize its brilliance. These were not simply artists, they were architects of dignity. They were nation builders using culture as their blueprint. Because Atlanta and Georgia have become global hubs of creativity, their work in Harlem translated throughout the nation. From gospel to hip hop, from film studios to fashion houses, from neighborhood stages to international tours, our creative economy is not just culture, it is commerce, jobs, and opportunity. It is one of the ways that Georgia tells the world who we are. The lesson of the Harlem Renaissance is not only that art changes hearts, it's that when creativity is supported, entire ecosystems grow, and communities thrive, industries emerge, and that's why the work of strengthening Georgia's creative ecosystem matters. Building music-ready communities and exploring a statewide framework that helps this industry grow, compete, and create pathways for the next generation. Because the truth is simple, the same spirit that filled the salons and stages of Harlem now lives in our studios, our classrooms, and our communities across this state. So today, we mark this anniversary and we honor a legacy that reminds us how culture shapes community, inspires progress, and brings people closer to one another. Here in Georgia, may we carry forward the courage, imagination, and possibility of the Harlem Renaissance right here in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting a lot of traffic on the Senate floor and some traffic jams on the Senate floor. It's going to be a busy day and several busy days coming up. So I would ask the legislative assistants and Senate aides that are on the Senate floor or coming and going, some of them are trying to get bills signed, et cetera, to get their business taken care of as quickly, expeditiously as possible and exit the chamber. I would ask our guests, who we love having, once their presentation is finished and the pictures are taken, that they exit the chamber. It just will make our business go a lot smoother and be more respectful to all the Senate members so that we can do the work for the good people of Georgia. Thank you for hearing me out on that, and I just respectfully ask your cooperation. Next, I will recognize the senator from the 28th for a point of personal privilege. Senator James, you coming to the well? All right, we got a lot to do today. Let's move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senators, this is still Black History Month until the 1st. So I rise to recognize today the original 33 Day. That's what we call this here at the Capitol. We honor the legacy and memory of the first 33 African American members of the Georgia General Assembly. In 1868, during the first election after the Civil War, newly freed folks across Georgia cast their ballots to elect the original 33 to the People's House. And despite widespread violence and intimidation by the Ku Klux Klan at that time, 3 of these brave men who were duly elected and served in that very chamber, Reverend Tunis Campbell Sr., Aaron Alapiria Bradley, and George Wallace. After they took office, white Democrats and Republicans joined forces to expel the original 33 in September of 1868 by falsely claiming Black men or women were not eligible to hold office under the state constitution. It took a ruling from the Supreme Court of Georgia for their positions to be reinstated nearly 2 years later. And during their tenure, the original 33 helped to secure ratification of the 15th Amendment of the United States, establishing public education and moving Georgia forward during Reconstruction. Unfortunately, their return was short-lived. By the end of 1870, 1/4 of these Black legislators were killed, threatened, beaten, or jailed, and yes, 14 were lynched because they did not want them to come back into this chamber. By 1907, no African American remained in the Georgia legislature, and it would take another 55 years before another African American was elected to the Georgia State Senate, and that's civil rights attorney Leroy Johnson. His picture is right outside the room, and he is, they say I'm kin to everybody in Georgia, but he was really my uncle. I'm Donzella Johnson James. So to ensure their story is never forgotten, we passed HB 303, the original 33 Memorial Act, to place a monument inside the Capitol memorializing these pioneers' courage, sacrifice, and enduring legacy. It stands as a reminder that
Senator,
democracy—
your time has expired.
Excuse me?
Wrap it up. Your time's expired,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Okay, but on everybody's desk, we have something about today's activities for the original 33, and so please take a minute to take a look at it. And thank you, Mr. President. Oh, Jesus.
Thank you, Senator. Just as a reminder, 3 minutes is the Senate rule, 3-minute maximum on
minutes,
points of
yeah.
personal privilege.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a very special day for me. I've got a group from Habersham County, which in my opinion is the best county in the state of Georgia, here in the gallery. I was doing a little research, and today's actually a historic day for the namesake of our county. February 25th, 1795, George Washington named Joseph Habersham the Postmaster General of the United States. So that's 231 years ago. I think it's appropriate that they're here today. We've got the Habersham Chamber of Commerce Leadership Class of 2026, students from Tallulah Falls, students from Trinity Classical, and students from Habersham Central. Go Raiders. Thank you all for being here today.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st for a point of personal privilege.
Good morning. I'm going to combine 2 points of personal privilege with this 3 minutes that I have. The first is Liberty County's Keep Life Simple theme here. This is a money plant, so is supposed to have low maintenance, can be done inside, and is good for your mental and physical health. Lastly, I wanted to bring up the topic of colon cancer. I'm pleased to invite all of you to stop by the Georgia Corps Coffee Cart here on Mitchell Street between noon and 2 o'clock. And this is to raise awareness relating to colon cancer, which is the second leading cause of cancer death in Georgia, and now is the leading cancer killer for those under age 50 years of age. We did put in money relating to the Corps, Georgia Corps, for colon cancer, and it is to bring awareness relating to that. So you're welcome to come and hear about colon cancer and the signs you should watch for and get some coffee sometime between noon and 2 o'clock today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from the 54th for a point of personal privilege.
Speak fairly like you got lawyers do.
Thank you, Mr. President. My friends, you have on your desk today a magazine, and for Georgia Charter Schools. And I hope you get a chance to look through it. But as you know, I served in the military, and what I gained from the military, my time in the military, is because you're in the infantry, you're the tip of the spear in the United States Army, and you just realize who your brothers are. And my brothers came from every background, every culture, every creed. And you realize the value of those 2 words that Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago, that all men are created equal. Today we have in the gallery are students from charter schools, and I'll recognize them in a second, but that's the value of education. That every child in this state has the right to an education, but every child in this state has a different need for that pathway to get to that education. That is the value and why I'm so proud to stand with charter schools across our state, because they literally, so many times as a juvenile probation officer, 30 years, I was standing at the edge of the cliff trying to catch those kids who were going to go over into the adult criminal justice system because they were hopeless in so many ways. But the charter schools give our kids hope through different pathways to make sure that they get their education. And so I've done a resolution to honor today as February 25th as Charter School Day here at the Georgia State Capitol. And I think you take time with these kids today, get to know them, get to meet with them,
and thank them and encourage them for their futures and all that can be through their education. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, if those in the charter schools, would y'all please stand up and let us applaud you? I think they've already left. But thank you, Mr. President. I will yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 55th for a point of personal privilege.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues. I rise to remind us that the founding of this nation, the United States founding document, was the Declaration of Independence. It states that all men are created equal and have unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The document also asserts that governments are established to protect these rights and that the people have a right to alter or abolish a government that fails to do so. I stand today to say that we have had a tremendous history steeped in this experiment called democracy. From its very founding, 168, I was reminded today that 168 words were taken out of the original document. That original draft of the Declaration of Independence contained a 168-word paragraph condemning King George III for slave trade, which was removed by the Continental Congress. And it was driven by opposition by two states, my home state of Georgia and South Carolina, because they had economic interests in the slave trade. But not only that, because this experiment, these people kissed by the sun, who are sons and daughters of Georgia, we came into this legislature in 1868. As my previous speaker stated, 33 of us were elected, and we were promptly expelled simply because of color. I challenge you to go down to the east corner of this building and look at the names, look at the statutes celebrating those 33 who were expelled. Why? Because whether it is an accident or coincidence, I believe God has us here to perfect this thing so that we will learn to be a United States of America, not a divided states, but a United States of America. God bless you all as we celebrate today the original Declaration of Independence and the original 33 who were expelled from this august body. God bless. I yield the well.
Senator from 26, you have your light on. You want a point of personal privilege? You up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm down here because of our health insurance in this state. I got two knees, bone on bone. I got an injection. It's like grease. And it's lasted me 4 months. I gave the chairman of Health and Human Service a letter signed by the 26th, the 25th, and the 3rd. We got knee problems. But they want me to sit on a table 3 hours and get knee replacement. As a ball player, I've had 3 knee operations playing football. I don't feel like sitting on the table, laying on the table 3 hours and then come back and have to rehab. A simple injection. So I guess what I'll do is introduce a bill that will say that our health insurance plan will pay for injections for folks' needs. Now, I hate to come down here and do that, but our health insurance been paid on time. I hadn't missed a day paying it. They've taken the money out of my check every month. And I'm telling you, it's wrong. A knee replacement by $75,000. The injections are $1,000. Now the folks who are running our health insurance plan need to listen. They've gotten a letter. They've not gotten back with the chairman of the committee about the letter. So what they're telling me is they don't care. So I guess what we need to do is pass a bill that says that they will pay for the injections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the pro tem for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll stay under my 3-minute time limit. Want to recognize members of the Georgia Airport Association that I believe are in the gallery with us today. The Georgia Airport Association and their members do great work for our state, our local communities, and our transportation infrastructure, economic development, and we appreciate what they do. Thank y'all for being with us.
Does any other senator wish to rise for a point of personal privilege? You have before you a consent calendar, privilege, resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove resolutions from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of resolutions on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on consent calendars are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw and commit? Secretary, read the caption for SB 433.
Senate Bill 433 by Senator Strickland of the 42nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 2 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to prestige license plates and special plates for certain persons and vehicles so as to provide for special license plates for persons with autism spectrum disorder or developmental disability and for such person's spouse, parent, or legal guardian. To amend Chapter 8 of Chapter 35 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to employment and training of peace officers so as to provide for training regarding encounters with persons with autism spectrum disorder or developmental disability, to provide for a collaboration with the Department of Community Health and nonprofit organizations regarding such training, to provide for a short title, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 433, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 2 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to prestige license plates and special plates for certain persons and vehicles so as to provide for special license plates for persons with autism spectrum disorder or developmental disability and for such person's spouse, parent, or legal guardian and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 42nd. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I bring to you Senate Bill 433. This bill creates a new specialty license plate for owners of vehicles with autism or those who have a spouse or a child with autism. The bill also creates a statewide mandated training course for all law enforcement officers in our state to assist these officers with interactions with individuals with autism. This bill will ensure that when an officer approaches a vehicle, he or she is trained to know how to interact with the individuals they encounter. Autism is not a disability, it's a strength. People with autism have a gift that those that we call typical don't have. But autism doesn't have a look, and someone not trained to understand how an individual with autism thinks and expresses himself or herself may, even with the best of intentions, cause great stress for these individuals and cause negative interactions that can be prevented. Things that may seem simple to some of us can be very difficult for someone with autism. How you may interact when encountering an officer or first responder may be different than how someone with autism responds. Someone with autism may avoid eye contact. They could appear nervous or may just have difficulty expressing himself or herself verbally. With Senate Bill 433, our families have the option to have a tag that confirms that the driver or a passenger in a vehicle may have autism. In addition, our families will know that all law enforcement officers that approach a vehicle will be equipped with the training necessary to avoid escalation and other negative interactions.
Senator, let me try to get the room quiet here. Could everyone please give the senator the attention and the well? We're past the point of personal privileges. We're actually talking about a bill here. So please, everybody, if you have conversation going on, take it outside, please. Sorry, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm proud to be joined today by two heroes on the floor of the Senate. These are folks that brought this bill to me and are making sure that we're the second state in the nation to pass this type of legislation. First, I have Layla Luna, who's here. Layla, if you'll step forward. And she is the voice of her son, Rio. With her support and the work she's doing around the country through her organization called Just Be, she's ensuring that children like her son, Rio, will get to grow up in a world that respects those living with autism. Because of Miss Luna, families in our state won't have to go through experiences that she had, raising a child in a world that didn't always understand him or accept him for who he is. Also have Connor Tomlinson and his mom, Lise, with us today. Connor is using his voice on the show called Love on the Spectrum on Netflix to show the world that autism really is a gift and not a disability. Through his work with the show he's on and also other advocacy work he's doing, Connor is showing the world what an autistic person can accomplish. Because of him, children like my son are growing up with peers and teachers that understand and respect him. And I thank you, Connor, and your family for putting yourselves out there. using your gift to make a difference in your home state. 11 years ago, this body led on the passage of Ava's Law to make certain that our children living with autism have insurance coverage for therapies they need. And today, with your green vote, we'll take another major step forward and show the rest of the country that Georgia is on track to be the #1 state in the country for all of our families, especially those that live with the challenges that come with special needs. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
I ask for your favorable support, a green vote today for Senate Bill 433. Thank you.
Senator from the 28th, for what purpose? You want to speak from there?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I was going to ask him a question, but he left. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator who brought forth this legislation and all the people who are supporting it. As a grandmother of an autistic child who is now 15, and he knows how to drive at home only, I don't want him in a car without the police or the authorities knowing. And because we have had many cases in Georgia, and I have a whole booklet full of them, where young people driving have been pulled out of the car, and of course you know that they react, either frailing their arm or scared or try to get their phone, and the police might think it's a gun or a weapon. So thank you all for doing that. I have a lot of bills already on that, but I'm happy to support this bill. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure most of you are already aware of this, but the Children and Families Committee this year in our study committee, and then some follow-up bills that came out of that, are very focused on autism and on prevention, early diagnosis and early treatment, because we know that makes a huge difference and ends up saving everyone money and making everyone safer. So I'm in full support of the bill, and thank you so much. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill having received a requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Well done, Senator from the 42nd. Well done. Great job. And the families who helped out with that, we greatly appreciate that. Also, Martha. Martha, why don't you wave to everybody? You've been our intern for a couple years now. Thank you all, and Martha's a special little lady, and she's done a great job around here, so we appreciate all the help there. And well done, Senator, and well done, Chamber, for supporting it. So, moving on to House Bill 571. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 571 by Representatives Hawkins of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the OCGA relating to physicians' assistants and others so as to provide for the licensing of radiologist assistants, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowsert of the 46th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities offers the following substitute to HB 571, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to physicians, assistants, and others so as to provide for the licensing of radiologist assistants, to provide for continuing education requirements, to repeal a provision relating to radiologist assistant defined, to provide a short title, to provide for definitions, to provide for licensure requirements, to provide for renewal requirements, to prohibit holding oneself out as a radiologist assistant without a license, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I am thrilled to bring you House Bill 571, which creates clarity and enforces patient safety for the people of Georgia. Radiologist assistants serve as a mid-level provider to help expedite and support our radiologists. Currently, radiologist assistants are working in our healthcare system, but unfortunately, currently in Georgia, we do not provide them the standalone licensure, a clear scope of practice, and title protection. This bill is very simple, as it creates that structured licensing under the Georgia Composite Medical Board that requires a national certification, continuing education, and clear supervision standards. This legislation doesn't expand the identity or authority. They're still working directly with the radiologists in their scope of practices to make sure they are working in tandem to support them. Radiologist assistants are trained in the same modality as the radiologists in which they support. This bill does draw a clear line of oversight and defines important boundaries of what a radiologist assistant does, and it creates consistent statewide standards. This will improve the quality of healthcare access for imaging studies. Patients will be able to schedule and move more efficiently through the process and be more communicated in a more timely fashion. By you voting yes today, we're going to strengthen patient protection, support our healthcare teams, our patients, and bring true clarity to this very important role. This is a responsible framework that promotes safety, professionalism, and transparency in our Georgia healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. President. I would be glad for yield for questions, or if not, I will yield the well.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you. I urge your favorable consideration.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee's substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read Senate Bill 116.
Senate Bill 116 by Senators Bearden of the 30th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to DNA sampling, collection, and analysis so as to require the collection of DNA samples from any individual in a detention facility charged with a misdemeanor or felony who is subject to an immigration detainer notice to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Rules recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 6th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 116, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6A of Chapter 3 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to DNA sampling, collection, and analysis so as to require the collection of DNA samples from certain individuals in a detention facility charged with a misdemeanor or felony who are subject to an immigration detainer notice to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, minority report.
Mr. President, a minority report has been attached. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 30th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise to present Senate Bill 116, which amends Georgia law regarding DNA sampling and collection. This bill requires the collection of DNA sample from any illegal alien held in a detention facility who has been charged with a misdemeanor or felony and, the most important part, is subject to immigration detainer notice, meaning federal immigration authorities intend to assume custody upon release. Under current federal practice, ICE has 48 hours to take custody of the individual after notification. If ICE does not assume custody within that time frame, the detention facility will be required to collect the DNA sample before release. Currently, when ICE takes custody, they routinely collect a DNA sample as part of their process. This bill serves as a safeguard, ensuring a sample is obtained even if cooperation between federal immigration authorities and local law enforcement changes in the future. It guarantees that we maintain accurate identification records for individuals who have come into contact with our criminal justice system. Beyond immigration enforcement, this measure supports broader public safety goals. A DNA profile in the state database can help solve unsolved crimes, identify perpetrators in future cases, or provide closure to our victims. At its core, Mr. President, Senate Bill 116 is a common sense public safety measure. DNA is simply a modern identifier comparable to fingerprints or a mugshot that helps law enforcement protect our community and deliver justice. Mr. President, it's a short bill. It's very concise. And I will yield for questions. If there's none, I'll yield the well. I'll answer one.
You do have a couple of questions, actually, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 37th.
To Senator Yield.
I do.
I appreciate you bringing this bill. I'm speaking, I certainly support the proposition. I will tell you, I have opposed in the past, isn't it true, the concept of taking DNA upon misdemeanor arrest. And I still oppose that as a general policy, but isn't it true this just applies to folks who are under a special hold for immigration status? Could you explain that to me, please?
That's correct. Only time this would take place if there is a detention or a detainer from ICE on that person, which means once they're going to be released, they're contacted, they have 48 hours to pick them up. If they don't pick them up, then we would take the DNA from that individual and have it in the database.
So as a Georgian who believes, as a senator who believes that Georgians should not, as a matter of practice, have their DNA taken for any misdemeanor arrest. This does not affect that. This
Correct.
is only for folks on that immigration, that ICE hold.
You're correct.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator from 35th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it true that the substitute now has those who are charged with the misdemeanor, where it used to say those convicted of a misdemeanor?
It's always been charged,
Okay.
even in the original.
Yeah, and further, you have another question you further yield?
Yield one more.
In line 28, can I take this to understand that if someone is picked up by ICE and charged, not convicted, but charged with a traffic violation, they can then have, this bill would allow them to have their DNA taken?
If law enforcement makes an arrest on misdemeanor and there is a hold placed on them by ICE, and ICE does not pick them up within the required 48 hours, then yes, we will take DNA.
Does the Senator further yield?
One more.
Thank you. Is it true that there are specific companies already in mind to collect this data related to ICE immigration DNA samples?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that one more time?
Is it
What?
true that there are already some identified companies already in mind for contracting to collect DNA samples from those charged with misdemeanors?
If I understood your question correctly, I'm not familiar if you said someone contracting for that. I just know that DNA, when ICE picks them up, their routine practice is to take DNA from that individual. We're just saying if they don't pick them up, we're going to take the DNA.
Thank you.
That, Mr. President, I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill, and I will yield the well.
Senator is yielded. Recognize Senator from 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's clear some things up. This bill targets legal immigrants. This bill targets legal immigrants. You ask me why. Let me name at least 3 examples, and there are many more. Number 1, ICE has been documented since the Trump administration took office showing up to green card appointments for spouses of U.S. citizens who are lawfully obtaining green card status using the normal, lawful process. And ICE has been detaining those people, those married spouses of U.S. citizens, and taking them to detention for possible deportation. There's nothing about that example that is, quote, not following the process. 100% legal. Number 2, ICE has been failing to recognize the protected legal status of people from designated areas around the world. This administration has taken the categorical position that protected legal statuses that have been lawful legal statuses for people to seek persecution elsewhere, places with domestic instability like Haiti. This administration has taken the position that those lawful programs are unconstitutional, and federal judges have disagreed. And federal judges have stopped this administration from canceling those lawful protected status programs. In fact, this administration has taken such a hardline position that those legal statuses are actually illegitimate, that this administration, prior to taking office, made up lies about Haitian immigrants in Ohio, the state that the vice president is from. While he was representing Ohio as a candidate, he campaigned on the horrible lie that people in Springfield and his own communities were eating cats and dogs. A horrible lie that Donald Trump repeated at a presidential debate. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Talking about lawful immigrants to the United States. And J.D. Vance was asked about this and told the media, sometimes you have to make up a story to get attention, acknowledging that these were lies. I'll give you a third example. Asylum seekers under various international treaties in the United States, if you show up on the shores of the United States looking for protection from persecution from places like Iran, in the news right now, or anywhere else that you would face political violence or persecution across the world, if you seek asylum on these shores of the United States, you are a lawful immigrant to the United States of America. I personally visited Stewart Detention Center, south of Columbus, just a couple weeks ago. And I got to talk to people who are currently detained there, and one of them was an asylum seeker, a lawful immigrant to the United States who is in ICE custody. And folks, I haven't even talked about what ICE has been doing to U.S. citizens. We can save that for another day. But that's 3 examples of lawful immigrants being detained by ICE. So unfortunately, the author, who I respect as a person, made a misstatement from the well when he said that this is about illegal immigrants or illegal immigration. Those folks may be included, but that doesn't mean that this bill only applies to people who are here unlawfully. This bill says if you are in ICE detention whatsoever, then you are subject to this DNA swab and an invasion of your constitutional rights and privacy. I went to Lawrenceville on the campaign trail a few months ago. You had bipartisan law enforcement who were present, and they were being asked questions about what it means to be forced to cooperate with ICE under current Georgia law. They're nervous about what ICE is doing. They're nervous because if ICE's conduct and decisions can bind local and state law enforcement's hands, it could subject local and state law enforcement to liability for violations of constitutional rights. Do you know there was a whistleblower within ICE? Anybody hear that story from the last week or two? A whistleblower who said at a hearing that ICE is failing to train its officers. I think anybody who watched the events in Minnesota could tell that ICE probably hasn't trained its officers. But when you hand out $50,000 bonuses and you staff up so quickly, because why? On the campaign trail there were signs that said mass deportations. When you staff up quickly and you try to rush quotas of deportations, you're not that concerned about constitutional rights. You're not that concerned about training. So let's dispense with the fiction that this bill is about a rational government organization in the form of ICE who's only targeting people who are here illegally. What you have instead is a rogue, out-of-control agency with a bloated budget to the tune of tens of billions of dollars, hiring people without training and sicking them on U.S. citizens and immigrants alike, who are detaining multiple categories of people who are here lawfully, but deporting them anyway. It is well documented in the research that immigrants do not commit crimes at rates that are higher than U.S. citizens. I'll say that one more time. Immigrants do not commit crimes at rates that are higher than U.S. citizens. So when a tragedy happens, like to Laken Riley, for example, and I'll say her name from the well, we owe Laken Riley's parents the assurance that we are committed to public safety. And I think this building acted appropriately in honoring her parents and her family. But let's be very clear about where the debate goes from there. We cannot make the inference from violence perpetrated by immigrants that is because they are immigrants. And to do so is a racist, xenophobic lie. We are at a time of inflation and cell phone misinformation and all kinds of global trends that are making societies across the world very distrustful of their neighbor. We live at a time where it's hard to trust our neighbors. But the easy impulse, the low road, is to just blame the outgroup, blame the immigrants for crime, blame the immigrants for all of our social ills, and then pass legislation like this that further seeks to sow distrust and legal discrimination against people just by virtue of where they're from. We had a senator who asked a question of the author who very carefully distinguished between rights for thee, but not for these folks. Rights for U.S. citizens, but not for immigrants. Wrong. When you are in the United States, when you're on our shores, all of our constitutional protections apply to you. because those constitutional protections apply with equal force to all human beings. Human beings regardless of legal status. And again, I've reviewed for you that many of the human beings here subject to ICE detention do have legal status. But this is about more than moral principles. It's about more than the high road and a noble concept of the Statue of Liberty and Jesus Christ walking hand in hand saying the same thing. Give me your tired, your poor, welcome the stranger. I can put that moral lecturing to the side and just talk to you about brass tacks politics. Politics. The country has turned against this type of bill. You had 1 year to make your case that deporting every single person who's not a U.S. citizen is somehow popular. Trump voters have had the opportunity in their communities across the country to see the damage inflicted by an out-of-control rogue ICE, to see the mom-and-pop owners, the beloved people at local restaurants in the communities ripped away from families, ripped away from their businesses, put in detention facilities in other states where their lawyers can't find them. The country has had ample opportunity for the last year to try that out. And the vast majority of Americans, including both Republicans and Democrats together, have said that is not the moral or practical policy that we think this country should follow with respect to immigration. Folks, you are underwater on this issue. And again, it's not just Kamala Harris voters who are saying that. The country doesn't want to be cruel. The country doesn't want to blame immigrants for everything. I think people, against their better judgment, heard the lies about the residents of Springfield, Ohio, and said, yeah, but affordability, yeah, but costs are high. But now people are realizing that when you make a deal with the devil and you demonize your neighbor because you think it's going to bring down costs, you lose both. The costs keep going up, and you have sown more distrust and hate in your own communities. That is the legacy that Trump will leave. That is the memory that this country will have of his failed immigration policies, his cruel, pointless immigration policies. And I submit to y'all that this DNA swab, this violation of constitutional rights to privacy, for misdemeanor charges, y'all, misdemeanors. Half the people in this room violated 2 traffic misdemeanors on the way to this Capitol building today. For a misdemeanor, you're going to violate somebody's constitutional rights because they're different, because they're from somewhere else. Look yourself in the mirror and vote for this if you want. Mr. President, I'll yield for questions.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I'll yield the will.
Recognize Senator from 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll remember to wipe my boots off when I leave this spot. I love the way that somebody comes up to talk about illegal immigration and all of a sudden it becomes immigrants, 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 immigrants. Well, I hate to report to people on the other side of the aisle, but my ancestors were immigrants. They came here from Scotland. I'm a part of the Donaghy clan. And Robertson is directly beneath that, and there's many others beneath that. My family came here as legal immigrants. And they came to Texas, they came to Georgia, and they came to Tennessee. The city of Nashville was founded by one of my relatives who fought in the Revolutionary War. My wife's family came here from Mexico 1 generation ago, and they're legal immigrants. This bill right here does one thing. It does one thing. If you're an illegal immigrant and you come into this country and you're arrested and you go to jail and an ICE detainer is put on you because you are discovered to be in this country illegally, and then when you're being ready to be released to ICE because of their pickup, or you're being ready to be released because they have failed to do their job, then a swab is taken. And swabs have been upheld throughout multiple court cases. This is a good piece of legislation to keep people safe. But let's understand something. Getting up here, giving a Pentecostal spewing, and invoking the name of a Georgia citizen who was ruthlessly murdered by an illegal immigrant is not the way to accomplish your mission. As I went through interviews and interrogations, I was taught that there's 10 plus ways to tell a lie. I work every day to do a couple of things. Number one, not to violate any traffic laws as I'm driving into this Capitol every morning. And the other thing, to be extremely transparent and extremely honest, to the point of having a reputation of at times being too transparent and too honest. The senator who presented this bill, his integrity is beyond question. His honesty is beyond question when he understands this from both sides. And from the other side, I don't see that. I was on a call a few weeks back with Senator Ossoff talking about this very subject. And I didn't argue with him about it. I researched it. First of all, the mother was in this country illegal. She's from Cuba. Her child was at home. When the mother was arrested, the investigators asked her, did she want her child to go back to Cuba with her? And she said no. She wanted the child to stay here in America with its father, who was here legally. So what John Ossoff said was a lie. Either that or his staff failed to give him the facts. So let's quit trying to paint everybody. Let's stop being obsessed with the man who's in the White House and try your best. If you've never put on the badge, if you've never done the job, then I hate to tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. Because I'm telling you right now, for a law enforcement officer to violate the law, to lose their qualified immunity, they have to violate a law intentionally, or they have to operate outside of the rules, policies, and procedures of the agency under which they are sworn. It's that simple. That's why for 31 years, I arrested a lot of people, as did my fellow senator. And not once did either one of us lose our qualified immunity, because we did everything according to the law and we did everything according to policy and procedure. And then to get up here and act like you have read the investigation on Minnesota that is not yet completed, and that from your newspaper or from your echo chamber, you know everything that they're doing around this country. Not only is it disingenuous, not only is it dishonest, but it is putting law enforcement officers' lives in danger. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well as I ask everyone to support this fine legislation.
Senator's yielded. Recognize the senator from the 55th.
I come today to oppose this legislation for one fundamental reason: the right to be innocent until proven guilty. And right now, there are people being killed because they are believed to be here illegally. And that is the reason we have a court system. That is why we have something called due process, a process that is due every American and, I dare say, every person on this soil. That is the greatness of this country. And if you need to be taken out of this country, I am the first one to vote to take them out. If you are here illegally, take them out, get them off the shores. But don't tell me that you're going to allocate $45 billion to build concentration camps
and do not intend to fill them. Over there in Social Circle, you're buying a warehouse that could house up to 10,000 and a place that doesn't even have 5,000. It is incredible. Where is our moral fiber? And I'm saying this because I would ask that the gentleman who I really respect, served in the House with the gentleman, he's a great law enforcement officer, and this is not it dealing with his integrity at all. But there's a reason the word conviction was stricken. I would ask this body to entertain an amendment that says that if you are convicted, your DNA will be taken. Because it's a slippery slope when you take one person's right, and the gentleman from the 37th hit it on the nail. He wanted to make it clear, you're not a citizen here, right? Renee Good is not a citizen here, right? But she lost her life. We cannot afford to have not one mistake. But at the same time, if they are convicted and they are here illegally, I'm the first one. I don't want to build any detention, no concentration camps here in Georgia. Send them away. Spend the $45 billion on planes to just take them out of here. Why? Because I have citizens that are called me and tell me that I have to carry papers around to prove that I'm not an illegal person. I'm being treated like a dog. And we cannot afford to allow America to become some Nazi zone. We cannot afford to allow America this slippery slope of this experiment called democracy to lose our rights. As the Declaration of the Founding Fathers stated, that founding document that we have where they took that 168 paragraph words out, we are endowed with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And those people that are risking their lives to come here, even illegally, just send them back. Don't build an economy over the enslavement of our people again, because that's what it is. When you enslave people in a concentration camp and take away their future, build another Liberia. Take them out of here. But don't make a few private prison owners rich with an industrial complex, a pipeline to another concentration camp, because that's all this does, is puts money into some people's pocket, and there will be a continuation. Because I have a sheriff that I represent that says they don't come and pick them up. ICE doesn't come and pick them up, and it's costing me money. I don't have nowhere to even put them. And that's why we have $45 billion. I will continue to say that. If you would put that simple word called conviction back in there, I support this bill. I support the bill. I do not support taking away the liberty of anyone until they are convicted. Thank you. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 35th. Looks like it could be our last speaker, so.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 116. I think it's important to know, I know this is a seemingly small piece to a bigger puzzle, but as you all know, it's always good to follow the money. What happens when you have a war on drugs and you sweep up people with petty crimes and some serious criminals in there as well, and you put everybody into some prisons? Out comes a whole bunch of criminals So now you have to build more prisons to keep up with all the new criminals that you helped create with the war on drugs. And then you have this massive industrial complex of prison building. And then when there's an outcry from the whole United States, you say, you know what, we have to have now prison reform. And then both sides work across the aisle and we have prison reform. And then what happens? How do you still make money with the same people who've been making money for the last several decades on this whole industrial complex? She's like, ooh, we need a new other. Oh, the new other is illegal immigrants. Okay, so what do? Now we have to first we campaign and we say, we're going to go and get all the violent criminals who are illegal aliens, right? That's what we've heard from the campaign trail. And then you just round up a whole bunch of people. You may get a few criminals in there, but you get a lot of folks who are here illegally who've been law-abiding citizens. Aside from that, you put everybody together in an overcrowded detention center, and out comes more criminals. And then you say, oh, we have all these criminals, so now you have to build more detention centers. It sounds like there are a few people who are going to make a lot of money for a long period of time. And we have lawmakers here in this room who say, you know what, this is federal. There's nothing that I can do. But yet, in this small way, there is something that you can do. You can provide a little bit of resistance to say, you know what, maybe we are overcorrect. We're overcorrecting. Y'all know what overcorrecting is? When, as a country, we maybe moved too far to one direction, and then to correct, instead of just moving the other direction, we wildly swing in the other direction. If you're driving on the road and you're veering off to the right and you start to hear the little bumps and you realize you're veering off on the right side of the road, the wise thing is not to just move your wheel suddenly to the left, because then you're going to crash to the other side. That's what we're doing. I think it's important for us to take a look at, there's a lot of money behind this, and we have well-intentioned folks who are very smart, and they know what they're doing, and I do not question anyone's integrity in this room, but I just want you to consider that this is part of a bigger puzzle. And there's some people on both sides of the aisle making a lot of money, and they just want us to do our part because no one wants to be accused of supporting illegal immigrants. Let's appreciate some nuance here. This is infringing upon things that matter to many of you, and it just makes it one step closer to your own doorstep. Misdemeanors, charged with misdemeanors. In your spare time, we can just Google all the wild possibilities of misdemeanors. And there goes your DNA, there goes, we all know, biometrics and data being sold to companies with international interests and all the things. I mean, money's at the end of all of this, and I think that we should consider that and put up a little bit of resistance while we can. So thank you for your time. I yield the will.
We have a late arriving amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Mr. President, Senators Kemp of the 38th and others offered the following amendment, number 1, to amend the committee substitute for Senate Bill 116 by unstriking convicted of on line 28 and strike charge with. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from 38. Like to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I offered this amendment, very simple amendment, to remove the word charged with and put it back to the original language of convicted of. We have heard stories already from this well and in press that ICE gets it wrong, and we are not saying that we are trying to impugn their character or anything. There are law enforcement officials that can get this wrong and can hold and charge folks and have folks deported. Americans have been deported And so what this amendment will do is to help slow down the process to ensure that those whose DNA is being collected have actually been convicted of a crime. And it also will allow for time to ensue to ensure that these are, in fact, illegal immigrants. And so I ask for your favorable consideration. You will still be allowed to collect the DNA samples of folks, which I'm very concerned with, but will be much more comfortable if we can ensure that these are not everyday Georgians that are having their DNA collected. Speaking to the concerns of the senator from the 37th, that is a deep concern of mine, that we could potentially be rounding up folks who are actually American citizens and Georgians and collecting their DNA samples. And I do not think that is the intent of this bill. And so by making this amendment, we will slow down the process a bit to allow us to ensure that these are, in fact, illegal immigrants. And with that, Mr. President, I'll yield the will.
Recognized Senator from the 37th.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I'll explain my reasons why. Appreciate my seatmate's concern for my considerations here. I thank him for that, but I think as a matter of fact, we need to understand what the difference is between conviction and charged with, because what we're talking about here are misdemeanors. Now, if you understand our criminal justice system, what happens is when people are charged with things, they're booked in, they're arrested, and then they have a right to bond out and come back for their court date. Now, if there's a conviction that happens, it's a long process in which they may or may not come back to court. But what we have here before us is not the average citizen. This isn't a Georgia citizen or even a person that's a non-citizen who's illegally in this country. If we have people who are illegally in this country as green card holders, they live here, they're going to stay here, they're above board, they're operating within our laws. The subset of people we're talking about here are folks who are in this country illegally. The first action they took as an American was to break our nation's laws, operate outside the law, in many cases with separate identities. But these are people who, by virtue of a misdemeanor, are going to be released in a matter of a couple hours back on our streets. And the one thing we know about them, the one thing we know is they are going to escape law enforcement oversight and oversight, and they're going to melt back into the landscape with the other illegals hiding and avoiding our laws. There is nothing, in fact, there's probably no person in the whole criminal justice system that ought to be ID'd more than someone whose first act in this country is to prove, their first act, they're not going to follow our nation's laws, and they're going to avoid further interacting with the justice system. We let folks go who have misdemeanor charges because they live in our communities, citizens and non-citizens, because we know they're going to come back to court and be subject to our laws. These are folks who've proven they will not be subject to our laws, and that's exactly why we need to take this DNA on charge, not conviction. Conviction will happen weeks and months later. It's important for us to capture this so they don't just melt back into the landscape with other illegals and avoid justice for more months and years, as they've proven in the past they singularly are willing to do. That's why I oppose the amendment, Mr. President.
All right. Senator's yielded. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hearing none. Recognize the senator from the 30th. Close debate if you wish. I think we've established where everybody is already. But in case there's one more to sway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. We hear a lot of outrage. I sit here every morning, hear outrage. Where was the outrage when the borders were just wide open, the millions of illegals came across our border? Where was the outrage when the fentanyl was coming across our border, killing thousands of our citizens every single year? Where was the outrage when an illegal would kill an American citizen and nothing was said? Why do we not defend the citizens that deserve the right to live their life? How many families were destroyed because the border from the last administration was wide open? No one cared. They didn't care about who came across this border. So the outrage is amazing to me. We blame the cops. They're untrained, they're unprofessional. Law enforcement is some of the best trained people in the United States. But no, we dog them out. You know, unconstitutionality. King versus Maryland. I believe Justice Kennedy wrote for the majority stating that the government has a legitimate interest in accurately identifying arrestees already in custody, and that a cheek swab is a minimal physical intrusion. Florida, they don't even wait for ICE to pick them up. If there's a detainer, they take a DNA swab. They want to make sure they know who's in the country or in their state, just like we do. As we said earlier, we heard rounding up concentration camps. I hope you're just reading off LC 630075S, because none of that's in the bill. Simple bill. Mr. President, you almost did it. Mr. President, I'm going to yield the well and ask everyone to vote for this common sense bill, Senate Bill 116. I yield the well.
Senators, close debate. All right, the question is on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 38th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? There is objection to amendment number 1. All right, we'll just put it on the board. All those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of Amendment 1, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 31, so this amendment has failed. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, the report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 20, and this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. I want to recognize a homegrown young lady that is current Miss America and current Miss Georgia. Miss Paige Ewing is from Glenville, Georgia, but she lives in Beaufort, Georgia. Her and her husband now have two lovely children there, and let's give her a big round of applause. We'll let her say a few words here.
Hi, thank you so much. It's such an honor to be able to be here. My name is Paige Ewing. He is correct. I currently live in Beaufort, Georgia, Gwinnett County, but I'm originally from Glenville, Tattnall County, where they grow onions, crickets, and queens, and pageant queens. I had to allude to the crickets because my beautiful sister Jessica, who's over there in the black dress, she and I inherited the world's largest and first cricket farm in South Georgia. Originated right here in Georgia in 1947. Started for fishing, but it also now services the reptile industry. If you've ever had a gecko, bearded dragon, anything that your children have wanted, where do the crickets come from? They come from Armstrong's Cricket Farm. So we are proud co-owners of a family legacy business that we are now in the 79th, I believe, year of business. But the reason why I'm here today, yes, I am Mrs. America. It's really hard to miss the crown. Last June, I competed for the title of Mrs. Georgia. I won. 2 months later, they rushed me off to Las Vegas to compete and represent our great state of Georgia in the Mrs. America pageant. It is the first pageant for married women. Started in 1977. You probably didn't know there was one for married women, but here I am. And I also am the very first queen from the state of Georgia to win Mrs. America. So that's pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you. I am a mom of two, a wife of 20 years. I do not have time to go and play pageants. But the reason why I got back into it is much deeper, and it goes much further, and it hits a lot harder to home than just wearing a pageant crown. Starting in 2015, my sister Jessica and I endured the loss of 8 close family members 8 years consecutively in a row. Included our father, who was the cricket farmer, which is why we ended up becoming cricket farmers. Our father, our brother, and our mom, along with many grandparents and cousins. And what we experienced was grief. A grief that you don't know what it is until it starts to live and take residence inside your body. And what that grief feels like, it messes with your nervous system, your cognitive focus, your physiological behaviors. And so my sister and I, as young mothers raising children, now new owners of a family business, are trying to navigate life after loss and keep our head above water. We did the work, we did the therapy, we did the counseling, we did the exercises, we poured into church, we poured into our Bible and our prayer life, and it's a journey. And through that time, I realized other people need to know how to live life after loss. Last year, I became a certified trauma-informed grief coach, and I knew the way to accelerate that message wasn't just marketing myself. I knew to go back through the pageant world, because pageant queens get in front of a microphone at the Senate uninvited, and I just show up and here I am because people want to be able to share what they're talking about, and that's for me. I wanted to be able to share what surviving grief and living life after loss looks like, that, and giving hope and providing healing, and then letting people know who are walking that journey, you can still laugh again. You can still chase your dreams again. You can still have joy and carry it both at the same time. And so I appreciate you allowing me to be here today. If you need these services, please find me, pageewing.studio. I am a trauma-informed grief coach, and I'd be happy to help you or point you in the right direction if that's something that you are looking for. Thank you again for having me here today.
Good job, good job, good job. I also want to recognize one of our fellow senators has a birthday today. Where is Senator Steve Gooch right there? Hey! Gooch is 44 and holding today. So, all right. Secretary Reed, I'm kidding. You don't have to ask him how old he is. But Secretary, read the caption.
while we're getting organized here, ladies and gentlemen, isn't God good to give a South Georgia cricket farmer the opportunity to have a platform to spread his message? I think that's awesome. And I did not see that coming, that she was a cricket farmer. Did y'all? Chair recognizes the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 162.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Huff-Stetler of the 52nd and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Georgia Composite Medical Board so as to provide for the board to implement an automated credentialing system for healthcare providers in this state, to provide for requirements, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 162, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Georgia Composite Medical Board so as to provide for the board to implement an automated licensing system for certain healthcare providers in this state, to provide for guidelines, to provide for a short title, to provide for legislative declarations and intent, to provide for contingent effectiveness and automatic repeal, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 162. Is there objection? Oh, you want to speak to your motion? Sorry. Senator from the 52nd. I'll give him room to get down here, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully this one will go a little bit quicker. Senate Bill 162 is a holdover from last year due to multiple subject matters being added over in the House. They like this bill so much they tried to carry on its coattails, and it ended up dying over there. So this restores it back to the original bill, though we did have to change some dates on it this year. And we also made it a little bit shorter, because this deals with our composite medical board and our physicians, our physician assistants getting out in the workforce. So the new software is already showing major improvements in it. In the past, it's taken way too long to get people in the workforce. In many cases, a lot of people 7 months or longer. And this is not all because of the state. Some of it's the hospitals too, but we're addressing all of it. I know when I semi-retired a couple of years ago, to help the hospital a couple of miles away, it took me 3.5 months to get through the paperwork. And I know people down here, so maybe I did it faster than those that were taking 7 months, but still way too long. So the two things we're doing now in this bill is one thing, we're giving the Composite Medical Board administrative approval of licenses. We do have them down now to, in many cases, less than a month. But in the past, it's been they meet one day of the month. If it's the 8th, that they meet on and your paperwork gets on the 9th, and you've got to wait till the 8th of the next month, which is too long to keep people from working. So we've taken care of that. The software is taking care of that. But the second item, which has the full support of the Georgia Hospital Association, would allow for hospitals to input credentialing information into our state system. So rather than having to go through all that back and forth with each hospital, it would be where if you're credentialed in one hospital, and this is totally up to the hospitals, they don't have to do it, but they all want to do it, you would be credentialed statewide so we can get people out in the workforce. In the past, you know, somebody would be out on, say, pregnancy leave or something, and by the time we get through the paperwork, the baby's 2 months old to get them replaced. So this would allow for really almost instant credentialing. We think we're going to be down shortly to 2 weeks for that original license. And with this, once you're licensed in one place, you would be licensed everywhere. We have particularly struggled with getting out-of-state people here. If you hire somebody and tell them, well, we'll see you in 7 months, that's not an incentive to them to do it. So I think this is going to to help out. We've actually already done this system with our medical students through Augusta University. They were spending hundreds of dollars at every hospital, sending the same transcripts over and over. We've tested it with them, and Dr. Paul Brock, who is the Dean of the Medical School for Northwest Georgia and a general surgeon, is the one that sort of led the charge on this with the medical students. So we've already done this with them as, I guess you'd say, the guinea pigs, and it works very well. That's why it does list this as the Paul Brock bill, because of his hard work on this. We passed it out of the Senate 53-0 last year. The House, after they put it back to the original content, they sent it back over to us 167-0. This is going to be a great method to get people in the workforce so much faster. This applies to the physicians, the physician assistants, and maybe we can work on the nurses next. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well unless there's any questions.
No questions, Senator. Any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 52nd has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 162. All those in favor signify by voting the yay switch. Those opposed will vote nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0, and the Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 162. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 218.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to speak to his motion. Oh, read the caption. Sorry. Read the caption.
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to courts so as to provide that the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualifications Commission shall be assigned for administrative purposes only to the administrative office of the courts and shall be funded by funds appropriated or otherwise available to the judicial branch of state government, to amend Code Section 16-11-130 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to exemptions from Code Section 16-11-126 through 16-11-127.2 so as to provide for exemptions for current and retired members, staff, and other employees of the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualifications Commission, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 218, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to courts so as to provide that the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualifications Commission shall be assigned for administrative purposes only to the administrative offices of the courts and shall be funded by funds appropriated or otherwise available to the judicial branch of state government, to provide for appeals for the decisions of hearing panels of the Prosecuting Attorney's Qualifications Commission, to revise the date before which certain complaints of misconduct shall be barred, to provide for executive director designation, to provide generally for constitutionally or statutorily created organizations funded through the judicial branch of state government expressly authorized by law to conduct investigations, to provide for special commission investigators, to provide for limited powers of arrest for such special commission investigators, to provide for subpoenas, to provide for construction, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I think everybody's familiar with Senate Bill 218 from last year, dealing with the Prosecuting Attorneys Qualification Commission. Our friends across the hall made a few adjustments. A few things I would like to highlight that are new in this legislation is it changes the appeal process to offer more opportunity for an appeal of any decision rendered that the prosecuting attorney disagrees with, and those appeals could be to the Superior Court and then be reviewed by the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court of Georgia. Also, down on line 87, it deals with the assignment of the commission for budgeting purposes. And then if you come over on line 123, it discusses the subpoena power that is currently in the bill that is being offered up so that there's a seamless opportunity and exchange of information. It also discusses on line 42 if any part of the commission attempts to misuse or abuse the subpoena process, it had fines and up to 20 days of imprisonment or both. And so I think this cleans up any misconceptions or concerns that anyone had with the bill. I'm in full support of this, and I encourage the Senate to support our friends in the House on this cleanup. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? Seeing none, the senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 218. Those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote no. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 49, the nays are 1. The Senate has agreed to the House substitute to Senate Bill 218. You have on your desk the FY26 amended budget. I want to thank our senator from the 19th for his leadership on this. Real proud of the work of the subcommittee chairmen of appropriations. We are required to have it on the desk for 2 hours. So we're going to suspend until 1:15, and then we will gather back in here and let the appropriations chairman explain the bill, and then vote on it at about 1:28. All right, so we're Senate suspend. Chair recognizes the senator from the 14th for a motion.
Mr. President, I would just move to suspend the rules of the Senate to allow for immediate proceedings on the amended budget.
Senators moved to suspend the rules to allow immediate action on the budget. Any objection? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Senator from the 42nd, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Delay tactics, as usual.
Isn't it true that while I was happy you waived the rule, apparently my seatmate wasn't quite ready and asked I hold just for a second and stall while he tries to get his speech ready? And so Isn't it true? You're doing a great job as pro tem, though, and I appreciate your leadership. And some people wonder, are you standing on a stool up there, or have you gotten taller?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not standing on a stool, and I'm not wearing a toupee or wig. Any other questions? All right, give us just a few minutes, Senators. All right, just hang tight with us for a few minutes. We're trying to figure this out and coordinate our moves with the House, and they're, of course, running behind as usual. Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th. What purpose do you rise, senator from the? Oh, he's not in his chair. Dang. All right, senators, we are going to stand at ease until 2:30, waiting on the House. We're going to stand at ease until 2:30. Rules will meet right now in room 450. Rules will meet in 450 right now. Stand at ease. Be back in here at 2:30. Thank you. The Senate will return to order. All senators return to the chamber. The Senate will return to order. I'm getting my stool adjusted, but the Senate will return to order. I let Chairman Harper, Commissioner Harper, borrow it, but I've got it back. Chair recognizes the senator from the 19th for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report to House Bill 973.
Secretary, read the caption.
Mr. President, the Committee of Conference report on HB 973. The Committee of Conference on HB 973 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and that the attached Committee of Conference substitute to HB 973 be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Senator Blake Tillery of the 19th, Senator Larry Walker III of the 20th, and Senator Anna Vertarte of the 31st District. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 19th to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The chairman from the House has joined me in the bag. That cuts out about 6 pages of what I was going to say. It's got to all be nice now. So, members of the Senate, thank you for allowing me to present to you the Conference Committee report on House Bill 973, the state's amended year budget. As you know, the amended budget usually is a document that trues up formulas. And in subsequent amended budget years, that's probably where we're headed back to. But since 2020, we found the amended budget to be full of surplus. And we used that surplus to fill state needs and return dollars to the taxpayers. I can tell you that this year's budget does the same. The Conference Committee process is one of negotiation. The House lays out its priorities, the Senate lays out its priorities, and the governor, of course, in his opening addresses to our bodies and to the state as a whole at the beginning of session, lays out the priorities that he sees that should be filled. In this process, the governor's priorities were income tax relief. They were the Dream Scholarship. They were issues related to homelessness, and they were also fulfillment of many of the priorities of the funding formulas that you saw related to education and public safety. In the House priorities were on property tax relief and also many of the priorities shared by the governor. The Senate's priorities were crystal clear. We were focused on homeowner tax relief grants. We were focused on income tax relief for our citizens. And we were focused on addressing an issue that we felt had plagued this state for far too long, 60 years, related to the state's mental hospital process and helping our friends in public safety address our mental health crisis. House Bill 973 is a compromise version that I would say recognizes the goals of all three of the stools of the legs of the stool of this building and accomplishes them all. This budget provides over $2 billion of income tax and property tax relief to Georgia's citizens. I'll say that one more time. House Bill 973's Conference Committee report provides over $2 billion in returned taxpayer savings to the taxpayers who sent it here to Atlanta to begin with. House Bill 973 also recognizes the building of a state mental hospital, the first since the 1960s, at $409 million. We recognize the proposals of the governor related to DREAMS, and we're able to fully fund the DREAMS Act at $325 million. We were able to meet the House on many of their priorities. We're able to fund homelessness at $45 million and then put $5 million additional dollars over at veterans. We were able to put over $80 million into filling what is a perceived hole at the Department of Human Services related to out-of-home care. We also met the obligations and requests of many of you in this body related to issues back home, whether it be buildings or our USG system, technical college system, or things related to public safety in your own communities. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any specific questions. But last but not least, I want to highlight one more time what I think is clear. The winners in this budget are the taxpayers of Georgia. This budget returns money to them. It promotes public safety, and the 50 sheriffs you saw join us on the steps just last week in the creation of this first in 60 years state mental health hospital. And it supports the governor's original recommendations to fully fund many of his priorities. Happy to take any questions, or I'll sit down and urge your favorable consideration of the Conference Committee report, the House Bill 973.
There are no questions, Senator.
Thank you for your time. Mr. President, are you sure there's not a question from the senator from the 35th?
He just lit up. Yes. Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just thoroughly impressed.
The first question, I think, Senator, is does the senator yield?
Does the senator yield?
No, sir. Thank you very much. I urge your favorable consideration of House Bill 973.
We do love our freshman senators. Absolutely. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair hears none. The chair recognizes the senator from the 35th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that item 80.2, as the chairman mentioned, has $45 million toward homelessness?
Senator's correct.
And there is another item with the DREAMS Scholarship. There's a lot of concern there, but is it not true that the DREAMS Scholarship is fully funded with $25 million readily available?
I believe the senator knows of which he speaks, and we do appreciate the hard work of the chairman of the 19th to fight for those items.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? Chair hears none. The senator from the 19th is recognized to close debate. He waives. Question is on the adoption of the Conference Committee report on HB 973. All those in favor of adopting the conference committee report will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. We've got a special guest in the chamber. Want to recognize and thank the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee for his hard work. Welcome. We'll get it in a second. Just a second. On the adoption of the conference committee report, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 0. The motion has prevailed and the Senate has adopted the conference committee report on House Bill 973. Chair recognizes the senator from the 19th.
And I have a parliamentary inquiry, then I have a motion. Parliamentary inquiry, are we sure that the senator from the 35th button was working correctly this time?
I think he might have figured it out.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we immediately transmit House Bill 973 to the governor.
All right, the senator has moved for immediate transmittal. Any objection? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Chair recognizes the majority whip.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, isn't it true that we wouldn't be here if the senator from the 19th hadn't held the hands of our friends in the House and walked them through this arduous process?
We locked arms and worked together on this, Mr. Whip. They were great partners in this endeavor. On the motion for immediate transmittal, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 1. It's immediately transmitted. It's probably already gone to the governor. It's gone to the governor's office on the second floor. He's waiting on it. Chair recognizes the senator for 14th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
I don't know much about it, but go ahead.
Mr. President, isn't it true the chaplain this morning told us to slow down?
If you so state,
well,
I'm sure.
All I was trying to do is slow down, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st.
Mr. President, make a motion. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday, February 26th.
The majority leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 26, 2026. Chair recognizes the minority leader. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair. I just want to inform the body that former Leader Henson is actually here today with us also. He just snuck in on us. So thank you very much.
Welcome, leader. Secretary will read the announcements.
The Public Safety Committee will meet in room 450 of the Capitol at 3 p.m. The State Institutions and Property Committee will meet in room 125 of the Capitol at 3 p.m. The Health and Human Services Committee has been canceled. The Agricultural and Consumer Affairs Committee will meet in room 307 of the CLOB at 4 p.m. The Finance Committee will meet in room Mezzanine 1 at 5 p.m. The Judiciary Committee will meet in room 307 of the CLOB at 6 p.m. Mr. President, that completes the order.
On the motion to adjourn, all those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes clearly have it, and the Senate is adjourned. Get to your committee meetings.